the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, published several guidance notes already in April 2020 and later as well, in relation to the global crisis caused by COVID-19, in order to prevent that extraordinary measures, often underpinned by digital technology, be used for unlawful purposes and control of the population or specific groups of the population, such as journalists. In addition to these guidance notes, the Secretary General also took individual actions in relation to certain member states that were not in full compliance with the standards established by the European Court of Human Rights or by the over 200 conventions when putting in place the implementing extraordinary measures to curb the propagation of the virus. The Committee of Ministers has emphasized several times the need to ensure that human rights and fundamental freedoms apply equally offline and online. Therefore, the principles and rules of the Council of Europe Convention for the Protection of Individuals with regard to the automatic or automated processing of personal data, more commonly known to all of you as Convention 108, should apply in an online environment and during crisis as well. We had learned from previous experiences that during times of crisis, governments sometimes tend to support some measures which are not necessarily in full compliance with their commitments at an international level. This convention, now the Convention 108, stretches out already to 3 regions of the world, has already 55 parties and more than 30 observers, and remains the only legally binding multilateral instrument on the protection of privacy and personal data. Amongst the principles and the provisions, the necessity, proportionality, purpose limitation, appropriate legal basis, etc., are applicable since the 80s, and some of the new provisions that are to be found in its modernized version, such as increased transparency, meaningful accountability, new generation of data protection rights, enhanced data security, and strong oversight authorities are becoming increasingly important in the current pandemic context. You can imagine so. It becomes even more relevant for COVID-19 related exception measures, as its Article 11 creates a unique democratic framework which makes all provisions and rights of the Convention fully compatible with other important interests, such as public safety and security, which are also key to safeguard public health. Let me now say a few words on the Cybercrime Convention, which becomes fundamental in the fight against the dramatic rise of number of cyber attacks and crimes committed in relation with the pandemic. The Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, which provides consistent definitions of conducts to be criminalized, procedural powers for criminal justice authorities, and provisions to effectively cooperate internationally, with a specific focus on the conditions and safeguards to be ensured when exercising procedural powers. The Budapest Convention, and namely in the recently, a month ago, adopted second additional protocol, represents a global attempt at securing effective cybercrime investigations in full respect of the human rights and fundamental freedoms of individuals. And that is a crucial issue. In the majority of the member states, but also beyond the borders of the Council of Europe, since we're talking to an international audience, law enforcement authorities are already applying both conventions, Convention 108 and the Budapest Convention, and are reporting better results in preventing, investigating, prosecuting online criminal behavior such as ransomware, fraud, denial of service attacks, grooming, phishing, ID theft, election interference, which we have seen in over 70 countries in the world, and misuse, and others. Now, in order to assist the parties to Convention 108 in addressing privacy and data protection issues when setting up and implementing measures in view of the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, two joint declarations were made by the Council of Europe. And those joint declarations were by the chair of the Committee of Convention 108 and the Data Protection Commissioner of the organization, the Council of Europe. These declarations recall that general principles and rules of data protection are fully compatible and convergent with other fundamental rights and relevant public interests, such as public health. They stress that it is essential to ensure that data protection frameworks protect individuals and that the necessary privacy and data protection safeguards are to be incorporated in extraordinary schemes that are conceived to protect public health. A report that we published some time ago on digital solutions to fight COVID-19, it was published in October 2020, deals with the issue of how personal data are processed in the 55 state parties of Convention 108 in relation to the pandemic. The report highlights commendable practices, but also less commendable practices that have been followed by state parties, such as the use of privacy impact assessment and privacy by design principles in the shaping and implementation of digital solutions to support public health measures. And those that needed to be improved or stopped, for example, the mandatory use of contact tracing applications for the whole population or measures taken in state of emergency without any time limits. The Committee of Convention 108 also issued a statement on COVID-19 vaccination attestations and data protection, in which it acknowledges the usefulness of means such as vaccination passes that are considered or already developed by some states, as well as the legitimacy of people's wish to gain back some of the freedoms that were restricted due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the needs for the economy. Dear friends, health-related data are sensitive data. I don't need to explain that much more. They require additional guarantees when processed, and no discrimination can be justified based on that. It is also suggested that alternatives to the use of such digital tools need to be made available to the population and that their use cannot be made mandatory. Finally, it should be underlined that when setting up databases for the monitoring of the organization of vaccination campaigns, strict respect to data protection principles and rules need to be observed. I will leave it at that, dear moderator, and I'm of course ready to answer further questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much. Now I will invite you to go to another continent, namely in Africa, and to listen to Zanussi Drameh from the Gambia. Zanussi, how the Gambian government was dealing with the crisis? What were the measures that was the most important that they take, and how it impacted human rights, namely the right to privacy and personal data, and which were the measures that you and your organization try to put in place to mitigate the risks for individuals? Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to all the other participants in this very important meeting. First of all, when the COVID-19 struck in 2019, the government of the Gambia was already in the process of developing what we call, was already in the process of adopting the data protection policy. However, at the time, there was no data protection law in place, but the policy was being processed for it to be adopted. Policy came through the support of the Glacier Plus project of the Council of Europe, which was also in line with some of the provisions of Convention 108 Plus. So that was one area that the government saw the need for us to have a policy, comprehensive policy that will address this particular issue. On the other hand, the government of the Gambia resorted to use other friendly online platforms in order to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, conduct meetings, especially within public officials. So we had these platforms that were the conferencing platforms that were used for meetings, and also we used it for also coordinating or managing projects, and also staging consultative and validation workshops. However, this has led to various risks, because the protective mechanisms were not properly commissioned to somehow mitigate the risk that comes with the use of technology at that stage. So, Peter, do you have another question, or should I continue?
Yes, please carry on. Hello? Could you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you now.
Okay. No. I suggest that you going forward. Yes.
Okay. Now, going forward, has introduced what we call the COVID testing platform, whereby individuals who want to get tested, their information, personal information and sensitive information is uploaded on those systems. And it's also used for travel. I think this is very common in many countries. But now the issue of the exposure of sensitive data is because QR codes are being used in order for authorities to verify the information regarding their negative COVID tests or even positive COVID tests. So, but with the use of QR codes, you are challenged because encryption was not part of the process. So without encryption of QR codes, any person who has access to the QR code can see personal data, for example, the date of birth of an individual, even the test result itself. These are considered to be personal, except for entities who are authorized to see it. So now, as a process, the government of the Gambia wants to move forward and enact what we call the Gambia Data Protection and Privacy Law. This was a bill that was formulated through the Glacier Plus project that was supported by the Council of Europe in 2020, fourth quarter of 2020. As we speak right now, the bill has been submitted to the Ministry of Justice for review. It's been there for a while now, and we are expecting it to come out hopefully early next year. But the issue of contention here is we have, as a government, we have conducted study tours within the region and have tried to incorporate some particular practice from other countries such as Ghana, whereby the Data Protection Authority is being merged with the Right to Information Authority. So now the balance is here. The Right to Information Authority is to ensure that people have access to data and information for their fundamental human rights. However, does this balance to what is the balance when you compare this to the protection of people's information and privacy? I know in the Right to Information or Access to Information Act that we have in the Gambia has exceptions for individual and personal data. But there could be instances where there could be a conflict if the same entity is used to give some kind of access to information to individuals or entities requesting, and at the same time trying to protect access to confidential, sensitive data of individuals or data subjects. So as a result, I have reached out to the Council of Europe to see whether there could be support in doing a diagnostics before the government of the Gambia can adopt the Ghanaian model, or to see whether our bill, the data protection and privacy bill, and also the access to information law, whether there are clashes, or whether there are conflicts, which require us to review everything. So these are some of the issues that are at hand. So I think there's another point that I wanted to make sure of. Now, winning trust, for example, now people who are conversant, who are aware about data protection issues, if they know that their information that is being collected by authorities without any form of encryption, like the QR code, how do they gain trust of government that this information would not be put into the wrong hands? And of course, government needs to step up. We need to step up and address this matter with the Ministry of Health. And also the other issue is when we come to passports and biometric identification cards, the issue of data sovereignty comes into play, which is also fundamental to human rights. Across border data flows, we do not have laws that that regulate that as I speak. However, the law that we expect to be enacted will take care of that. But as we speak, we only have a policy that talks briefly on trans-border data. And also the data protection law that we have is very minimal. It's not very comprehensive. And it's part of what we call the Information and Communication Act of 2009. That is law, but it's focusing more on the data that is collected by telecommunication operators. So it is not looking at other sectors, like the banking sector and other players within the data processing and controlling domain. So these are some of the issues which we think we need to solve. As I speak, there is no study as I speak, not in Africa to say. Certain African countries might have a study regarding the impact of participation, the increased participation when it comes to the use of digital technology that has been triggered by COVID. But it is apparent that in the Gambia and other many African countries, that has been the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanusi. Thank you. These are very important issues. I invite you to jump to yet another continent, and namely to the US. And I invite the most bravest of our speakers, Hannah Meyer, to take the floor. Hannah, is it 3:30 at your place? I believe it's a really commendable thing that you joined the panel. Thank you very much for that. We are reading really great news from the US in terms of the vaccination of the population. But what about civil liberties, human rights, privacy, data protection? What have you come across during the last 2 years? I could say. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Peter, and it's a pleasure to join everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Hannah Mayer, and I'm an attorney advisor at the U.S. Department of Justice in the Office of Privacy and Civil Liberties. And so my office is responsible for protecting the privacy and civil liberties of individuals through review, oversight, and coordination of the department's privacy program, and for advising department leadership on the privacy implications of legislative and regulatory proposals. At my office, I also support the duties and responsibilities of the department's Chief Privacy and Civil Liberties Officer, who advises the Attorney General, as well as provide legal advice and guidance to the department and its components on privacy, legal, and policy matters. So I will primarily be speaking to what the Department of Justice has been doing at the federal level within the United States. And just for some context setting, there are over 42 components at the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Drug Enforcement Administration, as well as our litigating components, such as the Criminal and Civil Division. So we have over 165,000 employees, as well as contractors. There are task officers. There are also visitors that we have. And during the pandemic, DOJ has really taken an advisory role, given the stature of Department of Justice, to provide legal guidance and advice to the executive branch. And so our office really was working with the department and taking a lead in advising and navigating the pandemic to be able to approach these issues and to ensure that we are meeting that correct balance between health and safety, as well as the protection of personal information. So in the United States, we have a different type of legal framework. So we have a sectoral approach to federal privacy. We also have privacy enshrined in our Constitution that is further opined on by our courts throughout the federal system, as well as at the state level. And so what we really have today, what I want to focus on, is looking at the framework we have on the books and then how we have implemented that at the Department of Justice during COVID-19. So really just starting with our Supreme Court case that is still good precedent, Jacobson v. Massachusetts. It's an interesting case in the United States. It's dealing with a group of anti-vaccinators who were led by a man with the last name of Jacobson. He refused to get a vaccine that was required by a Massachusetts statute. And as a result, he was charged. There was a criminal trial. He then was found guilty. It was appealed from the trial court and ultimately ended up in our Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, this case was decided in 1905, so over 116 years ago. However, it's still good precedent and really is still the law of the land, so to speak, when the federal government is approaching vaccines. Ultimately, the court found that the statute in question related to health law, and it was exercised and enacted in a reasonable and proper manner of the police power of the state. And in Justice Harlan's opinion, he noted that under certain circumstances, the police power of a state may be exerted in such an arbitrary and oppressive manner as to justify the interference of the courts to prevent wrong and oppression. However, this was not one of those cases. And so again, getting to that issue of what is the appropriate amount of police power to be able to protect health and safety versus balancing the individual rights to make their own decisions as well as information. Ultimately, in that case, Jacobson the Supreme Court upheld the decision of the trial court, and he had to pay a fine of $5, which was what the statute required. So that is the precedent we have, in addition to the sectoral laws that we also have within the United States. There are many of them that deal with personal information and really depend on the context in which you're in. So looking at the institutional response, specifically at the department, as we kind of went through the pandemic, really pre-vaccination, it was a general handling of personal information, such as medical information of employees and contractors, Most individuals were teleworking, so there really wasn't a need for the creation of any type of system necessarily. And we weren't conducting contact tracing by QR codes. There were no systems set up because there really wasn't a need for that. So there really wasn't any substantial conflict. It was generally just applying what our structure had been. And then following the Food and Drug Administration approval of vaccinations in the United States, the Biden administration issued 2 executive orders, which in the United States do have the force of law. So again, adding to our regulatory and legal framework. The first executive order directed collection of data about vaccination status for employees, as well as directed a task force on how to handle information on contractors for the United States government. And then the second executive order required the vaccination of all federal employees, with exceptions for medical and religious accommodations. Now, in order to collect this type of information, there was a requirement and a need to build out an information system that everyone could actually input this type of information, as well as their vaccination status. This included a photo of the vaccine card. In addition, it also included any requests for these medical or religious accommodations. And so getting to the question of, how do you build out a system and do it in a way that is balancing both the individual rights related to individual information and the privacy interests associated, but also with the health and safety of individuals and the general public. So for the DOJ and for the federal government in general, we have privacy laws in place that apply to the collection of personal information about individuals already. So that framework was already there. Under the Privacy Act of 1974 in the United States, there are specific legal obligations about how to protect information, as well as the notices that we're obligated to provide to the public about the type of information we're collecting. The DOJ already had a system of record notice, had this notice in place for public health emergencies. So from a compliance perspective, the notice was already provided there. Also, we, when looking at the system, had to conduct a privacy impact assessment. This is also a already established legal requirement in the United States for the collection of personal information by information technologies. So our office worked with the department to go through and analyze what type of information was being collected, how it was being protected, what the risks to the information were, and how we were mitigating that as a department. There was also the need to conduct forms, which also have legal requirements from a privacy perspective that attach, especially for requesting medical and religious accommodations. Under the First Amendment, freedom of religion in the United States, there's special statutory authority required to collect religious information without consent. So also analyzing what the implications there were and how to best protect that information and ensure that we were in line with law. So in addition to our compliance obligations that we were working with the department in order to stand up this system, we really were building the system with privacy by design principles in mind. So we were at the table with the developers, looking at the type of system and portal that we could develop at the department to ensure that we were building trust, ensuring that individuals had access, could input their information in an accessible way, but then also only collecting information that we needed, not collecting more than was authorized, and really applying the security controls as well as the privacy controls from the ground up. In addition, also considering the type of information that we were collecting, for example, the religious and medical accommodations, and working towards building a system that really was baking in privacy from the beginning. And ultimately, we found that this was a very successful process. And at the department, we have over 99% of the department attested to the requirements of the executive orders, which implies just by numbers that, there was trust built into that system. Individuals were providing their information, and ultimately we have been able to use that information to show that over 90% of full-time employees have been vaccinated, and also break down the further percentages of the accommodations just so that we can meet our regulatory obligations, but then also, ensure that we are building systems that promote trust and that also are protected from a security and privacy perspective as well. So I will end there. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you so much. That's very thorough and complex, I must say, but very interesting. Thank you, Hannah. And as my little daughter is saying, if we start jumping, let's never stop. So let's jump yet again to another continent. And I'm turning to Shwenke. You are based in New Delhi, but you also work a lot with UN agencies as a consultant. So, and if I understood correctly, you are in the intersection of open data, protection of individuals, how to best use data. What have been your experiences? What have you seen during the pandemic? How governments or international organizations could use the researches that you've been carrying out? Thank you, Shwenke. This is your turn.
Thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation, Peter. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants. Yes, it's correct. I'm a consultant for UNESCO, and recently I have drafted guidelines for the member states on open data, and then particularly on open data for AI systems. So open data are data that can be freely used, modified, and shared by anyone for any purpose, including by AI systems. In other words, the data should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. These are the so-called FAIR principles. And this is motivated by the fact that open data are considered as a prerequisite for informed plans, decisions, and interventions, especially related to the SDGs, but now most recently also related to COVID-19. So I thought it would be a good idea to make a case study to what extent open data were used during the pandemic. And so I'm talking about the outcome of this case study now. To tackle the COVID-19 pandemic from the onset, timely, relevant, and quality data were essential, but it became also clear that in addition to these features, also openness of data was critical. And indeed a large amount of open data related to COVID-19 was shared and had significant impact. And then again, a distinction has to be made whether the data are harnessed by humans or to fuel AI systems. Just a few examples. Already in January 2022, scientists had issued a letter and called for open sharing of the COVID-19 data. Then in March 2020, the UNESCO Director General advocated for scientific cooperation and the integration of open science in their research programs. And then in the following month, April 2020, the Open COVID Pledge was launched, which calls on organizations around the world to make their patents and copyrights freely available, which and this pledge received many signatories, including from major corporations. Also the private sector was involved. And indeed, then what followed in the following month and almost now 2 years, open data as well as AI systems were used successfully for diagnosis, prognostication, containment, and monitoring, drug and vaccine development and treatments, as well as forecasting during the pandemic. Just one example, but out of many, a particularly successful data-driven AI model has been developed for the city of Valencia in Spain by a team of researchers. This model predicts COVID-19 infection rates and prescribes non-pharmaceutical intervention plans and contributes to more evidence-driven policymaking. But this is just one example. There have been plenty of examples around the globe where open data were applied successfully during the pandemic. But as you can imagine, despite the large number of open data initiatives related to COVID-19 and also their timeliness, there were remaining challenges. there were overall significant data gaps, especially in developing countries and among at-risk populations. Also, there were issues with data of poor quality and lacking data disaggregation, especially disaggregation by sex, which would be very much desirable that this would be fixed. And what are the reasons for these challenges? Among other things, there are funding gaps, especially in low-income and lower middle-income countries. These countries were facing significant financial challenges related to coming up with COVID-19 data and statistics. And also overall, the data which were used during the pandemic often did not fulfill the FAIR principles which I introduced before, so they were not entirely findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And another challenge, and this is also very much related to this panel, is that open data is to keep the balance between open COVID-19 data and the right to privacy. For instance, there have been instances of leaked data of COVID-19 patients, which was an issue. Another issue is that, especially during this pandemic, but also that the phenomenon came up before, that the pandemic is accompanied by disinformation and misinformation. And this has been dubbed by UNESCO as disinfodemic. So this was a major issue, and this is still ongoing, unfortunately. So overall, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought the world together to address this global challenge. So there were significant breakthroughs made owing to timely open data exchange and collaboration, and forecasting and diagnostic tools, as well as vaccines were provided in record time. However, it has to be also noted that most of these open data initiatives were ad hoc and not well coordinated, because the world was obviously not well prepared for the pandemic. So as a lesson learned, there have to be regulatory frameworks and data governance models should be developed, supported by sufficient infrastructure, human resources, funding, and institutional capabilities to address the challenges related to open data, and to be better prepared for similar situation in the future. And again, related to AI, also the relationship between open data and AI needs to be further specified, including what features are required so that data are truly AI ready. Very briefly, I talk about now also in general, not related now to the pandemic, but in general, about issues of open data. So what are the pros and cons? There are quite a few pros related to open data. It is argued in favor of open data that there cannot be a copyright actually on factual data anyway, and that everyone should have the right to access data. It is considered as a feature of democracy that activities of governments are transparent through open data. And there have been many success stories in previous years, also before the pandemic. And in addition to accessing the data, the opportunity to reuse, rearrange, and combine them, and potentially gain new scientific insights from them, enables actually citizens' engagement, which is important, and also creates new innovative services and products. So open data could increase social and commercial, or could lead to social and commercial value. And obviously there are opponents of open data, or there are arguments against it. And one point is, again, that the data may violate the privacy of concerned individuals, whose right it is to control what is actively or passively collected about them, and what is disclosed about those individuals. And then also in many cases, the collection, cleaning, and dissemination of data is both labor and cost intensive, and this may deserve financial compensation, but this financial compensation would be omitted if the data are openly shared. although some work and cost had been invested in the data before. Another point is that data can be misused with malicious intentions, and there again, AI would be one issue, that AI systems may misuse them because AI systems are of dual use. And this regard this term of data hazard. So, in summary, the protection of individuals' personal data, especially at times of crisis, is a significant concern. Many valuable government data are about citizens. So therefore, the balance between releasing this data and the privacy of the citizens is an ongoing debate, and especially related to AI, because if AI systems are considered, there are further challenges such as bias and discrimination, but also potential malicious acts. So yeah, in a nutshell, there have been quite a few benefits by opening the data, and I talked about those success stories, but we must not forget or keep in mind the challenges, especially related to privacy. Thank you so much. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Schwanke. It was very, very interesting indeed. I'm turning to Rachel. Hello, Rachel. I'm very happy that you are here with us. You are representing UNESCO. And you told me that UNESCO put out a few propositions producing guidelines for traditional actors, how freedom of expression has to be respected, but they also promoted a number of safeguards in relation to surveillance measures. Could you give us a more in-depth view and explanation on those measures? Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peter. So my name is Rachel Pollack. I work in the section for freedom of expression and safety of journalists at UNESCO. We have a mandate to promote freedom of expression and its corollaries of access to information and press freedom. So I'll be speaking a little bit about the impact of COVID-19 on these issues. We've heard a lot about privacy today, but there have also been major impacts on freedom of expression. I'd like to also thank Peter for inviting us to co-organize this open forum. We've been strong partners for many years, and are really happy to join in this effort. I think when we proposed this session, it was a little bit too optimistic because it was on regulation in the post-COVID world. And I think, unfortunately, we see that this is, we're not yet there. And I hope that next year we will be able to meet in person again. And it's really nice to see a lot of familiar faces in the Zoom chat. So just to give a little bit of context on the impact of COVID on freedom of expression. Many governments declared states of emergency, particularly last year. Some of them were extended for quite long periods that had impacts on fundamental rights, including freedom of expression. To give some numbers, according to the International Press Institute, between February 2020 and May 2021, journalists covering COVID-19 across the world were affected by more than 100 restrictions on access to information, 215 arrests or charges, 95 cases of censorship, and 238 verbal or physical attacks. The restrictions on freedom of movement also hindered the work of journalists. The former UN Special Rapporteur David Kay had a report in April 2020 in which he noted that while temporary constraints on freedom of movement are essential to beating COVID-19, they must never be used as a pretext for cracking down on journalists' ability to do their work. We also saw during this period an increase in laws meant to fight disinformation or so-called fake news. As our last speaker mentioned, there was this wave of disinformation and misinformation that UNESCO has called a disinfodemic. Like the infodemic or pandemic, for UNESCO, it's a disinfodemic. But in response to that, we saw a number of regulatory measures that infringed on, that were overly broad, did not have the kind of necessary limits for restrictions on freedom of expression. And we observed that in the last few years, there have been at least 57 laws across 44 countries that have been adopted that risk infringing freedom of expression online. And this data will be included in a forthcoming publication we have on world trends in freedom of expression and media development. So in response, in this context, and in response to the growing legal challenges, UNESCO has issued a number of guidelines and resources. These include guidelines for judges and other judicial actors at national and regional level. There's a set of guidelines specifically within the context of emergencies and COVID-19 that was developed together with the University of Oxford and a series of massive open online courses. We also have we worked with MILA, which is the Quebec Institute for Artificial Intelligence, to develop and deploy an open source peer-to-peer solution to contact tracing apps, which we've heard about this morning. We also have issued some publications, policy briefs. We had one early in the pandemic called Journalism, Press Freedom, and COVID-19 that outlines some of the challenges to media freedom and journalism. And we also put out a brief on the right to information in times of crisis. And that has a number of recommendations, and including that states have a positive obligation to disclose on a proactive basis emergency-related health, budgetary, policy making, and procurement information. We also saw, and this brief talks about, that there are some logistical barriers in processing request information, but that the states do have a duty to provide this information on a timely basis. I think again, there was a lot of discussion today about contact tracing, but I think we also have to keep in mind that the measures instituted during COVID are not unique to the public health context. And in fact, all of the devices that we use, especially from the social media platforms and others, also engage in this kind of surveillance and what has been dubbed a surveillance capitalism, for example, that has a major impact, of course, on people's right to privacy, but also on freedom of expression. The issue of surveillance is something that is increasingly on UNESCO's radar. This will be the topic of World Press Freedom Day 2022, which will take place in Uruguay, and under the theme Journalism Under Surveillance. And we actually have just released yesterday a call for proposals to take part in that conference, which I encourage you to take a look at. And I'd like to end just mentioning, I think, for all of these measures for protecting freedom of expression, having better access to information, and in the context of COVID and more generally, UNESCO advocates strongly for greater transparency related to digital technologies and especially to the operations of the big internet companies. We put out a brief last spring called Letting the Sun Shine In, Transparency and Accountability in the Digital Age, which includes 26 high-level principles on transparency, including several related to data protection and privacy. So I think we have to be very vigilant about that and the practices that have been put in place during COVID and afterwards, but again, thinking about that in a larger context. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel. That's terrific. And thank you very much. Privacy and freedom of expression are sister and brothers, right? So one cannot exist without the other. So it's very pertinent as well. Thank you very much. We have 7 minutes left. I haven't seen any questions on the chat, but if you have any, this is really the time. But while waiting for the audience, I will turn to the panelists with one quick one question. Answering you to requesting you to kindly answer this in 1 minute. So I'm turning to Sanusi first, because you mentioned the role of data protection law, which could play and how strategic is in your country determination. So I would like to ask you the following, because during the pandemic, personal data have been exposed in many countries. But how do you think that an enforceable legal framework, including a comprehensive law on data protection, could have avoided data breaches or better protect individuals? So 1 minute, Sanusi, if you don't mind.
Yes, that's a very important question. And first, it will create accountability because data protection law bill has provisions for accountability to hold data processors and controllers to account in order to ensure that they put certain safeguards in place. So that would really help a lot. And also human rights by design. Let's say applications or information systems or tools or mechanisms that data processors and operators use, they have to make sure that it meets certain requirements. So the law would cater in for that, and the regulatory enforcement would ensure compliance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 45 seconds. Very good. Thank you so much. I'm turning back to Rachel. Rachel, we talked about that this is the first time that in the area of digitalization that we have experienced such a pandemic and with such a dimension. What do you think have been the main mistakes made by government when taking temporary regulatory measures? So have they been any? What could have been done differently to guarantee not only public health, but at the same time to guarantee that only the necessary minimum interference with human rights is done, and to guarantee the protection of individuals with respect to the right to privacy and freedom of expression? Rachel?
Thank you, Peter. This is not an easy question, or an easy 3 questions, I would say, to answer. I think there was a lot of discussion about how to develop technologies that were the least invasive possible from the perspective of privacy. So, for example, using Bluetooth and the application that UNESCO developed with Mila in Quebec, I think is an example of that. So there are ways to bake it in already at the design stage, privacy by design. I think, just to go back to my remarks earlier, I think the mistakes could be seen as using the pandemic as an excuse to institute restrictions that were not necessary. And one could think very cynically, that it was just opportunistic beyond what was really necessary. And I think we saw that especially in crackdowns on freedom of expression, on journalists. I think the issues related to access to information and what information commissions were able to provide. In many cases, they were simply overwhelmed. And so I don't think that there was bad will then, but it shows that in the future, more capacity is needed.
How are you? Yes.
Oh, hello. I think we have another speaker. I think that means it's time for someone else to come in on the question. So we only have 3 minutes left. But anyway, very, very interesting questions, and look forward to hearing what others have to say in the last 2 minutes. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Rachel. Turning to Shwenka. Shwenka, you spoke about the engagement with multinational private companies. So can you comment on concrete example whether either public or private organization has decided to apply open data, and what has been its effect on human rights? I mean, more concretely, and in 1 minute, if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, there were quite a few examples, and but then again, many of the relevant data held by corporations were, in this case, when it comes to COVID-19, not related to human rights, because those the corporations, they held also data about their development of pharmaceuticals, of medication, of vaccines. So these data, of course, this was very much desirable to be shared, and there were cases when it happened, and this is not necessarily related to human rights. When it comes to human rights, of course, this related would be data when the corporations did any tests with humans, when they tested the vaccines with humans, there the balance was more relevant. But I think the data I talked first about, they were more critical in the beginning, and it was desirable that they were shared, and there were a few instances. And I think in this case, this was there were no issues to human rights, so this was appreciated when they were shared, and there were examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hannah, you mentioned in your speech that regulating COVID and privacy-related measures, but also in more broadly civil liberties and human rights must rely on trust. How do you think authorities can build trust among citizens? How citizens can be confident that their personal data will be protected after all?
So I think this is the underlying issue of privacy always. So not just in the pandemic context. So really ensuring that governments are doing what they say they're doing, and also understanding how systems are operating. And so really, I do think understanding technology as a privacy professional, as a privacy attorney, is understanding technology, understanding data, and understanding how to balance both your mission, but also to protect the individual interest in that information. And so, ensuring that there aren't just the minimization of collection or just limiting to the collection of information for the purposes for which you need them, but then also on the security side, protecting them. So I do think the relationship between privacy and security is definitely the crux of where the trust underlies, and it's where we see the data breaches, and those are really where there's a lot of mistrust and distrust that is usually where the public starts asking questions. So I think it's working as a team to build privacy in with the technologists is absolutely key to continue to build trust with systems, especially with sensitive information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really like that. Turning to Patrick. Patrick, as the last speaker, you in your speech you talked about measures about Council of Europe put in place, but are really people aware and conscious about what temporary measures mean for their human rights, specifically private life and data protection? What could be done by an organization such as the Council of Europe to raise consciousness, awareness about the subject, and avoiding disinformation of citizens? Patrick, in 1 minute, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think rather than trying to stumble over my words in those 30 seconds that I've got left, I think it's more important for me to thank all participants on behalf of the Council of Europe for having accepted to take part in this wonderful panel. Peter, Sanusi, Hannah, Sumke, Rachel, Anna, thank you for waking up in the middle of the night just to speak to us. My full admiration to you, and my full admiration to the colleagues from all over the world for having participated in this panel. And I think, Peter, I would need to send the question back to you and to all of the participants. Yes, in theory, we can do things, but it's also how do we as individuals react when, for example, you're invited to access an application. The question is then, will you do it or not? And I think it's also a question of what is the utility for yourself? And then sometimes we put our principles to the side, and even if we're reluctant to do so, we will still do so. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you indeed to all of you. I will abuse my role of moderator a little bit and reply to your question, Patrick, in 30 minutes. I think to raise awareness, IGF is a wonderful initiative. I think we have contributed to the awareness raising of the issues at stake. You have been wonderful, really good. Thank you very much for all your comments, input. I think there is a lot of information here, a lot of food for thought. Please carry on, share information, work together, build trust, and safeguard human rights, rule of law, and democracies. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank
and
you.
Hannah, have a good sleep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
I'm Mike Nelson. I work for the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace here in Washington, D.C. And I'm disappointed there aren't more people here to discuss one of the most important issues we're dealing with. I've been working on internet policy for more than 30 years, worked with Senator Al Gore and then Vice President Al Gore at the White House, worked at IBM, Microsoft, Cloudflare. And for the last 2 years, I've been helping governments around the world understand technology trends and the impact of the cloud, the internet, big data, machine learning, and have been very involved in the Internet Governance Forum over the years. As a member of the MAG, and have been speaker on quite a few panels. But I was hoping to have a good dialogue today about what's going on digital issues at the OECD, at the United Nations, at the Council of Europe, some of the other organizations that are grappling with these very tough issues. I'm glad to be here. And you can follow me on Twitter at Mike Nelson. That's actually the best way to reach me since I get way too much email. Christoph, it's Michael Nelson.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Thank you. I guess that's my cue. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Dear participants, my name is Andrés Castells. I am part of the UNIDIR Security and Technology Program, mostly working on cyber issues. Welcome to today's sort of interactive workshop on confidence building tools, confidence building measures in the context of international ICT, peace and security. We're going to be presenting one of the tools that has been developed by our very own UNIDIR. And for that, I'll share the screen with you. And after that, we'll have a little demo. I don't think I see anyone in the room in Katowice, but whoever is here, Emmanuel, and I think Annette, if you wish to turn on the cameras, by all means do so. I really would like this to be a very interactive discussion if possible. Obviously, there's going to be plenty of space for plenty of time for your questions as well. But without that, I'll just start sharing my presentation. Okay, I guess you can see the presentation. Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So let's just dive into it. So it's essentially a website, but this website has quite a lot of aspects to it. So essentially, it's an interactive, what we call at a glance tool for cyberspace, for cyber policies. For cyber policies covering all 193 UN member states. It essentially maps the cybersecurity policy and as well as legislation of states, intergovernmental organizations, as well as other instruments and frameworks that may not be only of states or intergovernmental organizations. The purpose of it is essentially to facilitate transparency and information exchange among states, and I'll come to that when I'll be talking more about the confidence building part of this portal. And our primary target audience are diplomats, but also policymakers in the capitals and other security policy experts. That includes also the research community, including academia. The portal itself was compiled, well, the data set was compiled in 2018 and then launched in 2019, very early, I think it was January 19. And it's been developed and is maintained by UNIDIR's Security and Technology Program, as I mentioned. That's where I'm coming from as well. UNIDIR stands for United Nations Institute on Disarmament Research, and as the name says, we mostly focus on researching disarmament issues. One of the angles that we're looking at are also the emerging, or so-called emerging new technologies on the international peace and security. UNIDIR is a autonomous entity within the UN. So we largely rely on voluntary funding by the governments and other interested parties. So the portal, back to the portal itself, the portal itself was mentioned or recognized by 2021 consensus reports of both UN processes dedicated to international ICT peace and security. So namely being the UN GGE and UN OEWG, so Open Ended Working Group and Group of Governmental Experts, respectively. And we're very happy to be able to have been able to participate in 2019 and 21 Paris Peace Forum. It's a fascinating trade show, fair of peace, dedicated projects by different organizations. So now to the concept of confidence building and confidence building measures, confidence building tool, and the way the cyber policy portal fits into this category. So confidence building measures, or CBMs, so apologies if I refer to them as CBMs, are essentially an old concept that dates back to the Cold War. And the intention of the confidence building measures is to strengthen international peace and security by increasing, amongst other things, transparency, predictability of state behavior. So the rationale behind these tools or measures, depends how you frame it, is that the more transparent, the more states know of each other, the more the states know of the intentions of themselves, of each other, the more they know of policy frameworks or positions on particular issues within the context of international peace and security, the less strenuous the relationships are going to be. And this tool, so Cyber Policy Portal, helps to build trust and understanding in this way between states. We hope that it helps decrease and mitigate potential tensions between the states as well in this regard. So CBMs, or confidence building measures, have become an important part of the UN negotiation processes on the international peace and security when it comes to the ICTs. And as I mentioned already, so Cyber Policy Portal, by far not the only CBM, has been mentioned by OEWG and GG, and these have paid significant attention to CBMs in general. And I think through that, ascribing a significant importance to the CBMs in this particular field. You're more than welcome to visit the websites of the UNODA. And read through these reports, and specifically on the confidence building tools and measures. So confidence building is not the only aim of the Cyber Policy Portal, but it also promotes capacity building assistance, as well as serves the research community, as I mentioned at the beginning already. I'll touch upon the second one in the next slide, but allow me just a couple of seconds on how it promotes capacity building. So by providing an overview of current, I wouldn't perhaps say best practices, but good practices in cyber policy making of all the countries, policymakers, as one of the target audience, has the possibility to visit the Cyber Policy Portal and review what these good practices perhaps are, and think of how this could be transposed into the different national context, if possible. It's not always possible. And as such, the CPP, Cyber Policy Portal, promotes supports these policy cyber policy teams or cyber policy experts, national experts, with our analytical tools that we have on the websites. Again, bear with me. I'll be able to show you at the end a bit what I mean by these analytical tools. So I think through that, UNIDIR showcases certain efforts of states that have new policies or existing policies. Some date back to the early 2010s, and hopefully through that we indirectly motivate other states to check and update their national policies and sort of follow the emerging trends in policy making, especially. Lost my mouse for a second, sorry. And as I mentioned, or as I teased, we consider Cyber Policy Portal to be a research tool as well. It allows for comparative analysis, which enables the users to compare up to 3 states or organizations of their respective cyber policy landscapes and legislations. It also has, so Cyber Policy Portal also has advanced features, as in advanced filters, which enable quick sorting between the states based on the content on their profiles. So this is the landing page of the Cyber Policy Portal, and the QR code on the right hand side if you want to scan is going to allow you to visit the Cyber Policy Portal. or just simply type in www.cyberpolicyportal.org or .com, and you'll land on Unilever's subpage, which is devoted to the cyber policy portal. And then you can just select whichever country you want and visit their policies and legislation. So all the if you're with me and if you're clicking through the website right now, but if not, again, I'll show you at the end. But briefly, each of the state profiles also goes for the international intergovernmental organizations. But nonetheless, let's focus for a second on states. So all the state profiles include 4 categories of the policy and legal landscapes. So first is the cybersecurity strategy documents and various implementation frameworks, so implementing these particular strategies. The second one is cybersecurity legislation, which, as I mentioned, allows to go through the national legislation that is dedicated to cybersecurity. It features also, every profile features also key dedicated structures and positions that are in charge domestically, so nationally, with for cybersecurity policy, as well as various international cooperation declarations, initiatives, activities. Sometimes in this category we go very granular and list pretty much all the efforts that states are undertaking when it comes to international cooperation in the field of cybersecurity. I'm very happy to be reporting also of the extended filter feature that we very recently implemented. So unfortunately, we don't have yet, I'll talk about that later as well, we don't have yet the search function on our website. It's, as I said at the beginning, it's meant to be at a glance tool. So by providing this map as a landing page, I think it provides sort of the ease of use for the users to just click on a country they're interested in and go through their respective profile. But if one is interested, perhaps that is very apt for the research community, more so than anyone else. The users can quickly go through the dedicated categories as well as subcategories, and through that filter the countries that do have that particular capacity. So and over here we have an example. So someone clicked on the implementation framework, so that's within the category of policies, and the map colored is clearly indicating the countries that do have certain implementation frameworks in place. Another feature that I teased to a degree already, and I mentioned before, is the comparative function, or a function that allows comparing up to three profiles. Here we see states, and it sort of provides an overview of these policies, national policies that they have, and allows for a quick overview, I suppose, of the current state of affairs, and in comparative way as well. One can even export this as a PDF, and I'll show that again in a bit. So we heavily rely on information that is provided by states, but also by our respective users, and because of that, I need to emphasize the feedback mechanism or feedback tool that we have on our website as well. It allows the users to provide any data, official source data that pertains to the cybersecurity policy or legislation, but also allows to give any sort of feedback that pertains to our user interface or functionalities that we have, and so on and so forth. Besides the fact that this feedback form is available on the website, we also have the dedicated email address, so cyberpolicyportal@un.org. I don't think these phone numbers are relevant anymore, nor is the fax number. So that's it for now. Before I give the floor to any possible questions that may have arisen during my quick presentation, I'll go through the website and quickly show you how all these features that I just sort of talked about. So I'll do the share. There we go. So I suppose you can see the cyber policy portal right now. The landing page that I mentioned at the beginning. Let me reframe that just in a second. Thank you. So this is the landing page that we have, and all the country profiles are available by just clicking on a simple country. So if I wish to click on Chad, for example, this is the country profile. As you can see up here, it was last updated in November 2020. So this one didn't have a lot of changes, but I can quickly expand by clicking on expand all. And this is the cybersecurity policy, which it seems non-existent. Perhaps I'd be better off if I click on a different country. So I know the Russian Federation is something we updated recently. This is the strategy document. These are the strategy documents that are available in Russia. If one clicks on read more, we provide a short, brief overview of the particular policy that we list up here. We always link to the primary sources, which are found on the website of the Russian Federation. The website of the cyber policy portal includes the structure, as I mentioned, as well as the legal frameworks, views on international law. This is a very new category that seems to be gaining a lot of attention, and their involvement in UN processes, as well as other bilateral, multilateral cooperation of the Russian Federation. So as you can see, there's a lot of information available here. So instead of going through the contact us feedback form that I mentioned before, one can suggest updates also directly from the profile of interest by clicking on this particular button that takes one directly on the feedback form. We have a share function as well as the export to PDF, which is probably quite useful. I wanted to show a compare function, and I see I've played around with this function just before, and you'll see this website save this preferred comparison that I have. And again, as it was shown in a PowerPoint presentation, we can quickly compare different categories by doing this function. And at the end, as I mentioned, one can PDF. Oh, voila! That we have an issue here. One can export quickly to the PDF, and we'll work on this error that we got here now. So this is for just a beginning. I welcome any questions, any remarks. I see there are 3 questions already. Give me a second till I read through that. So the questions are, what is the biggest challenge of running the portal? And can you share with us about the future plans of the portal as well? Thank you. That would be Ms. Filippo. Thank you very much for your questions. Yes, I'll start with the bottom one, if you don't mind. I usually go back. So we have big plans for this year. Well, for next year, sorry. We have big plans for next year. A lot of updates will happen in the background. We are preparing, as I mentioned. So when one clicks on the particular policy or a particular document pertaining to the policy, it takes the user directly to the website of the pertaining country. Now, this will likely change in the future. We're building a database whereby we will be saving all of the documents on our servers. And there's an important function behind that. So there's a reason for it. One being that we will allow users to search through all the documents, all the policies and legislation of the governments. They'll hopefully increase the utility of the portal mostly for not only for the policymakers but also for the researchers. That is a function that we've gotten quite a lot of requests for. So I think this will come in the second part of the next year. And the biggest challenge is, well, we want to do a lot of things, obviously, and but unfortunately we need to sort of balance our capacities. There are not a lot of us on the team, and right now this is going to be the biggest improvement, so the biggest chunk of our work in the next year. But on top of that, we will be also soon providing the translations of the user interface in all the official UN languages. So that is quite exciting as well. And then the challenges, more broadly, well, one of the challenges that the landscape constantly changes and very frequently changes. And I think we need to invest quite a lot of hours in desk research, as also to persuade the governments to submit their information. So I think that probably takes most of our time. Another question, a couple of other questions. One is that I have 10 minutes left of the presentation. Thank you to the moderator. And what is because of more feedback received on the processes from academia? Yeah. So the question, I guess everyone can read it, but nonetheless, so the question is referring to the outside processes. So the feedback that we received from academia. So I'll just talk briefly, generally, about the research community that is, I think, quite apt using of the CPP. So one frequent request that we received, and you'll see how this ties into the future plans, is the ability to research the views on international law. Right now, if one is interested in views on international law, the only way to go through to display all the available documentation related to that on the CPP is to go through filters of subcategories. So I showed you the ones on the left side. Now, in the future, we know that, for example, that views on international law are not always concentrated or part or featured in the dedicated documents that are titled views on international law, but sometimes the nuggets of state practice when it comes to the international law or even opinion juris is hidden in various other documents that are published by the government. So be it national cybersecurity strategies or even sometimes legislation that is dedicated to cybersecurity. Now, this tool that we are developing right now that will allow searching through the documents or the text itself will allow the researchers to go through the core text of all these documents that are currently linked to external source and find specific keywords, for example, that they're interested, not just generally international law, but specific concept within the international law. For example, use of force, and through that we'll be able to display all the relevant hits for these particular documents, and I think that will probably facilitate that as well. So we're quite happy about that. One thing that I forgot to mention, excuse me, one thing that I forgot to mention is that not only will we be able to translate the user interface in the next year or so, but we'll also provide a short translation of the summaries that we currently provide only in English, unfortunately. But I think that will be an automated translation. So excuse me. So that will be only for information purposes, but nonetheless, it is a step towards, I suppose, expanding our utility. Emmanuel, sorry, I'm gonna read your question if you don't mind. First, how do you keep changing? Yeah, that's a good question. It's about a methodology, and sorry, I didn't dive into that because I thought I thought it was a bit mundane for now, but thank you. It's a good question. So I suppose we have two venues of getting the information. As I mentioned very briefly, we invest a lot of effort in persuading the governments to provide the information that whenever it's updated. So that takes a lot of work and a lot of time. But when this is unavailable, when we cannot get through, sometimes we just never receive the information from the governments, then we have a dedicated team of one person, sometimes two, that do desk research. You know? But as I said, we always rely on strictly on official sources. This is not, we don't really we don't come up with our own policies. We don't link to policies that are, or to, I don't know, to certain, to secondary sources. We always rely on primary sources. So I think we're quite proud of that we're really trying to be as authoritative as possible. What are the opportunities for individuals to contribute to the cyber policy world? Oh, you know, as I mentioned, there's a feedback form, and I don't know, Emmanuel, which country you're coming from, but if you're interested in cyber policies or legislation, I kindly invite you to go through the portal and click on the profiles that you're interested in, or even have some knowledge about. And if you could go through the policies, legislation, and other entries, and see if there's anything that you think it's outdated, and you have information that official information that you think it would be useful. And if you could submit that by either clicking on top of the profile, suggest an update, or going through contact us form, which allows also providing the feedback on the content, and submit this new content, that would be highly appreciated. As I said, you can also send us an email to cyberpolicyportal@un.org. Please, when you do so, do include the official links, because that's how we link to these particular documents and policies, legislation, whatever it is. But thanks for the question. Those are really good two questions. Anyone else? Anyone else wants to ask anything? I think we've been reminded once again that we only have well, by now 3 minutes to go. So anything else? Nope. Okay. Well, with that, then I will conclude this presentation. Thank you everyone for joining. I really appreciate it. There was not a lot of us, but nonetheless, it was quite interesting. Thanks for the opportunity, and have a good rest of the day. Bye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
So thank you very much. Now that it has officially opened our panel, our town hall on AI inclusion and diversity from the different 4 different continents as well. So joining with us today are 4 great specialists. This is an event that we propose as different organizations comes together to an interesting partnership called Triple AI Partnership, which means ITS Rio, the organization I'm representing, but also BI from Norway and Berkman Klein Center from the US. So already from the start, we were an open-ended partnership focusing on different views of AI. But joining with us today as well, we have panelists from the University of Western Cape from South Africa. So focusing on this 4 different continents and trying to propose interesting views for the future and from the whole globe. The idea of the panel today is to have a frank and very open discussion from what are the main risks and concerns in terms of AI, but also what are the main opportunities and ways to mitigate our risks and concerns. And the idea of having this as a town hall is to provide an opportunity not only for us to have this panelists, very open-ended panelists and their interesting views, but also to propose in the second part of our discussions, also open the floor for the contribution of different members of the audience. And for this contribution, we have 3 possibilities. We'll have in the second part an opportunity for people to open their mics and talk, but also they can contribute continuously in the chat, which will have our great moderator, Christian Fiesler here from BI as well, looking at the chat and trying to help us with this moderation of the chat. And also we have a third option is that we'll have a mural. We will use a new type of technology so that we can, during the whole discussion, propose interesting ways and catch interesting ideas, concepts, phrases, so words during with this mural. And with that, we'll have the help of Janaina Costa, which is also a researcher at ITS, that will help us with this new technology. And throughout the session, she'll post the link so that we can check what are our discussion today. So going for the first part. So together with us, we have 4 panelists. So some essays from BI Norway, which is the professor there as well. We'll have Sandra Cortesi, which is director of youth and media from Berkman Klein Center. We'll have Celina Boutino, which is director of project ITS, Institute for Technology and Society, Brazil, and Professor Sean Patter from the University of Western Cape from South Africa. So give the floor to them for 7 minutes each for them to give us a little bit of their point of view. What are the main concerns? What are the main risks? What are the main opportunities? What are the main mitigation factors? And how they see this playing out in the next 5 to 10 years. So 7 minutes each. So we can start with Samson. You have the floor for 7 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christian, for the introduction. So I'm originally from Africa, but I'm here to speak a bit more generally about the development initiatives in Europe. Sean will take care of the African perspective. Of course, I think one of the questions for the panelists was, what are the main concerns? What are the silent features that are driving AI discourse in relation to inclusion and diversity in Europe? And I think fundamental concern, or one of the main drivers of AI, at least the discussions are often in Europe framed around respect for fundamental rights. So this conception, this framing of fundamental rights often takes a central stage. And here, when we talk about fundamental rights, we have, of course, several of them. So the right to protection against non-discrimination based on race, gender, sexual orientation is one important fundamental right recognized under the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. The right to data protection is another important right, which is recognized under that framework as well. And of course, we have other also fundamental rights which are considered to be threatened or impacted by the use and deployment of AI. I want to highlight two concrete cases which actually attracted some attention in the last couple of months in Europe. So the first event or case is the use of AI systems for providing grades to students. So I think many of you have heard about these things. So as a result of the pandemic, many governments and examination assessing institutions had to find new ways of providing grades because students were not able to sit for the regular exams because of the pandemic. And of course, many institutions turn to AI and artificial intelligence for providing those kinds of grades, both international organizations, but also governmental institutions. And this has led to some public outrage. For example, in the UK, after the UK qualifications and examinations office used AI systems to kind of align or to kind of to use AI systems to modify or assess the grades given by teachers, then many students actually took it to the street because they found that the use of the AI system actually discriminated based on their socioeconomic background. So the data basically showed, at least data that was some media reported that actually the algorithms benefited schools or students from schools with a privileged neighborhood because the algorithms the examination office also took account of previous performances of schools. So that led kind of to these demonstrations in the UK and in other parts of the parts of the world. And this is perhaps one of the few instances where the use of AI systems actually led to public outrage. And another example, which is more recent, is that in this year, the whole Dutch government was forced to resign because of a scandal involving a child benefit scheme. So the scandal emerged after the Dutch tax authority implemented an algorithm to kind of detect frauds in child benefit claims. And this algorithm has apparently mistakenly identified around 20,000 parents as potential fraudsters or as fraudsters. And of course, not surprisingly, many of these parents have had an immigration background. So the problem was that because of the few instances of actual fraud cases that were associated with immigrant parents, the algorithm had learned that and generalized that immigration background as an important factor for potential fraud also in claims of child benefits. So these are some of the concrete cases that actually show the concerns that EU is dealing and the concerns that are driving the discourse in Europe. And of course, in terms of the initiatives that we have had, Europe have had already existing legislation that provided some kind of protection. For example, the GDPR had some provisions particularly Article 22, which deals with protection against solely automated processing and the right to contest automated decisions. So, for example, in the Dutch case, the Data Protection Authority has already imposed a fine on the Dutch tax authority based on the GDPR. So we see that there is already some existing legislation that providing some solutions to the problems. But of course, there are also major legislative initiatives that many of you are aware of. And one particular legislation is the proposal for Artificial Intelligence Act, or the AI Regulation Act, regulation, which was unveiled by the European Commission in April this year. And this is a very ambitious, perhaps this is the first very comprehensive legislation specifically addressing AI systems that touch different sectors. And this is a very ambitious and complex proposal. So we won't have time to look at the details of the proposal. And I'm sure that there are many panels in IGF talking about this proposal. But here I want to focus a bit on some of the provisions that actually touch up on this issue of inclusion and diversity. So the objective of the proposal for the AI Act is basically to establish a human-centric AI, an AI system that respects fundamental rights, an AI system that is robust, accurate, and trustworthy. So you see that the fundamental rights perspective again comes central in the objective of this regulation. So based on these two factors, so based on the protection of fundamental rights, trust, security, and safety of those systems, the proposal basically adopts what is referred as a risk-based approach and identifies 3 categories of AI systems. So the first category is basically AI systems that are considered to pose an acceptable risk to fundamental rights, safety, and security of individuals. So if the AI system falls into this category, then it's prohibited. So it means that you cannot use it or deploy it within the European Economic Area. The second category is AI systems that are considered to pose high risk to fundamental rights and safety and health of individuals. And here, those AI systems have to comply with a detailed set of regulations and specific requirements relating to risk management, data governance, transparency, and human oversight. And apart from those obligations, then there are requirements of conformity assessment. So you have to also produce a third-party certification or assessment showing that you actually comply with with those requirements that are set out under the regulation. And then the third category is low-risk AI. So in this kind of AI, then there are only some transparency obligations associated with this. I will briefly touch upon some of the first 2 categories. Those unacceptable AI systems that pose high unacceptable risk and AI systems that pose high risks, and some of the issues in relation to inclusion and diversity there. So in relation to the first category, which is some of the AI systems that are considered to pose unacceptable risk, there are 4 categories of AI systems. I won't be able to go to 4 of the systems, but just to highlight one of those areas, the proposal or the proposal for the act prohibits the use of biometric identification in real time in public spaces. So basically, the regulation says that it's not possible to use facial recognition technology or biometric identification systems in real time in public spaces. This is there are of course some exceptions, but there is a general prohibition now for the use of real-time biometric identification in public spaces. And I think many of you are familiar with many cases of discrimination based on facial recognition technology, especially in many instances in the US where facial recognition technology often misidentifies people of color disproportionately, and the impact that have on people with minority background. And we have seen, at least in the US, some states have started to introduce bans on the use of facial recognition technology by law enforcement. So here we see that the EU is also moving towards that kind of prohibition of the use of such biometric identification in public spaces, of course, with some exceptions where this system might be allowed. And in relation to the second category of AI systems that are considered to pose high risks, there is a long list of AI systems that fall within this category, which I'm not able to go through. But to look at some of the list, so we have AI systems that are used in education and vocational training. So if we are using an AI system to decide access to education, that would be considered a high-risk AI. Or if you are using AI system to assess grades or tests that are required to enter to this education institution, then that would also be categorized as a high-risk AI. So the case we have had in relation to the protests in the UK for the use of algorithms would fall into this kind of category. So it would be a high-risk AI, and then the user or the provider of that AI system has to comply with very specific, detailed obligations under the regulation. And we have also the use of AI systems for employment and recruitment purposes. So we have had also similar experiences where AI systems that are used to, for example, sort out CVs often end up discriminating some groups, women in some cases, and also people of color or people with certain names, with Islamic names. So that would also be considered as a high-risk AI. And we have also the use of AI systems for deciding public benefits, such as social security benefits. So the Dutch case would be covered here. So if you're using to assess eligibility of social welfare benefits, then that would be also considered as high-risk AI. And there are, of course, lists of also AI systems in relation to assessing of asylum, in the use of AI in judiciary or in law enforcement, for example, for purposes of assessing sentencing, the length of sentences, which often also are very, very discriminatory practices. So these are some of examples. And if an operator or a user is using one of these AI systems, then they have to comply with a set of obligations, as I mentioned. And here we have also obligation in relation to risk management, obligation in relation to technical documentation, transparency, security of the systems, accuracy of the systems. But I want to highlight one particular obligation, which is in relation to data governance and data quality requirement under that obligation. And this is Article 10 of the proposal, which basically sets out an obligation that if you are a provider or user of one of these high-risk AI systems, you need to have a data management framework that ensures the trustworthiness of that system. So among others, this requires the user or the operator to have a data set, any data set for testing, validating, or developing the system has to be relevant, complete, representative, and error-free. So basically, and of course, we know that many of the discrimination cases we have had, at least the majority of them are related to the lack of representation in the data set. So this provision under the AI Act is basically trying to remedy that problem that we often see that leads to discrimination of certain groups because they are not represented in the data set that is used to train the AI systems. So this obligation basically imposes that you have to have a representative data set, and that the data set has to be complete and then error-free. And this would be also assessed based on the conformity. So before putting the AI system into the market, you have to make sure that someone has to confirm that you actually have complied with this obligation. And what's interesting is that non-compliance with this obligation actually also results in the highest fines under that proposal. So it can entail you up to 30 million euros, or 6% of the global annual turnover of a company, if a company does not follow or does not comply with this principle, this rule under that proposal. So that is something interesting.
Fantastic, Samson. You gave a very broad overview of the main questions that have been in the EU concern, and we can go back to specificities or in relate to what are the main solutions that have appeared in this proposal of an EU AI Act. That is, thank you very much for that. So that we can move continents a little bit and to have a little bit of a broader overview. With that, I will call upon Selena Bottino, the Director of Project for ITS, to give us a little bit of a point of view of Latin America and particularly of Brazil.
Hi, Chris, thank you. Well, thank you, and hi to all of you in the panel. So I'll try to be quick so that we can have a more informal conversation. But I would like to, since we are talking about AI inclusion and perspectives here from the Global South, I would like to give like some few steps back before focusing on AI specifically. But it's always nice to remember that ITS, together with NOC, the network of centers, and Berkman Klein Center, have already been discussing this topic of AI inclusion since 2018, when we had the opportunity to do this big event down in Rio, which I think now it's time maybe to have a second edition, right? So then was the time we started to try and frame AI discussions with this lens of inclusion, and we had just back then some like research questions would emerge, but now I think we have advanced a lot on the uses and we have more to discuss. But I would like to focus in some points here, as I mentioned, that when we talk about AI, especially I'm looking in Brazil, for example, specifically, there are some issues regarding connectivity, infrastructure, data ecosystem, and education that I think are very important to be addressed. So, because there's still a global divide on the quality of connectivity, right? Considering that most AI and all, I guess, applications will depend on a certain type of connection, it's having a good internet access is crucial for any use of these applications. And we're still, unfortunately, lagging behind, as, for example, Brazil has considerable amount of people that are not yet connected and not with a good connection. And I think one point that illustrates this is the fact that still our public schools are not connected to internet, so they do not have access to any of these technological solutions that are used in schools. And we had now in the pandemic, where Brazil was the place I think that schools were closed for the most time, more than 1 year with schools closed. And the only way it was through online education, and people from public schools, unfortunately, were in practice were just without any access to any kind of education, because they just didn't have how to get to this to the content. And so I think this shows how important we need to fix some crucial tools, let's say, for the use of technology and AI as a whole. And another important point is the data infrastructure that is necessary to feed AI applications. For example, right, when you use self-driving cars, they will be using maps, a kind of Google Maps or any other sort. And there are still many regions that are not mapped. And when I'm not talking about remote regions, I'm talking about places right in the middle of Copacabana, one of the most famous neighborhoods in Rio, where the community, the low-income community that exists over there, just right next to these big buildings, high buildings, just not appear in the map. So you could see how still importance not to mimic the exclusion that it still happens on offline world, let's say. And another point is the quality of data, right? Because there's a lot of work to be done to transform our data into machine readable data. And I think the health sector is a good example where you could use a lot of AI applications to help better organize service. And it's still, we were talking with some developers that were trying to see some solutions on the sector, but they just said that they didn't have data to work with. So unfortunately, they were leaving the country to try and develop their ideas somewhere else because they just didn't have the raw data to work. And another point of data, which now it's getting, Brazil didn't have until 2 years ago a data protection law, but now we already have it. It's still very much it's in the beginning of its application. So the importance and the concern with data protection is also something that it should be noted. And the other point is the issue of education, right, and the need of reskilling. As we saw, for example, a lot of national strategy AI plans, they focused on this topic, right, which is crucial for, especially when we're talking about countries here in the global south, that if that education is the gateway for people to be included and connected to these new possibilities, right? And so what is the plan that a country should be looking for regarding preparing its population to use and to develop and to be also producers and not just consumers of this technology? Unfortunately, we did not see much of any of that on the AI national strategy. And just before to wrap up, I just very briefly overview of the Brazilian AI national strategy, which was published early on this year, which got people frustrated because it was the result of a public consultation, which was very nicely done, let's say, because it was very much multi-stakeholder. It was put for people in all sectors to contribute, researchers, industry, but the result did not reflect all the contributions that were done in the context of the public consultation. So the result was more like kind of a mapping, let's say, of the AI principles that we are seeing everywhere, but it lacked more strategic points or specific objectives, like what we would like as a country and how we would like to position ourselves, and that was not there. But I know that there's going to be a second round of discussions to have a second version of this AI strategy, which we believe it will be hopefully a bit better than this other one. And lastly, Brazil, regarding regulation, even though we have all these problems that I mentioned, even though our Congress is very much excited and thinking that they really should regulate AI like for yesterday, as if they were a very serious threat or something that really that it makes them think that that's a real urgent matter, which so it was already approved in one of the houses and especially in this context of still the kind of pandemic where not much conversation was happened. So differently from the process of the strategy, the discussions regarding the bill of law regulating AI was not multi-stakeholder. It was not much open, and did not have even time to discuss, especially on this issue, which is really need a lot of discussion. We see like how Europe is taking its time and really looking into it and suggesting frameworks, and we're just rushing through. So that's something, thinking about what countries should learn, that's something that should not be should not be repeated, let's say, from elsewhere. But yes, I would just to finish with the positive note is the importance of any initiative that try to regulate these topics, that it really should be truly multi-stakeholder and especially with enough time to discuss, right? Because any rushed regulation could impose also barriers for innovation and then create other problems, right? So, and there's other possibilities for like sandbox regulation or prototyping legislation, and trying to put like separating, right? Like Meta has this project, I forgot the name, but it's just tries and tests a specific project legislation on a real world AI application and then observe how it would work, and then go back and discuss if it makes sense or if it had the intended results. If not, how to adjust it. So I think I'll leave it here, and happy to hear the rest of the panelists.
Thank you, Selena. So if we have an issue there is about diversity, it's about discrimination. It's always interesting that you bring everyone together. So probably a step forward is actually having this multi-stakeholder points of views, and that's very interesting as well. But now let's go with Professor Sean Patter to give his views from South Africa and Africa as a whole. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm wondering, I've prepared a few slides. Is it better I might just have a more structured way if the moderator can enable the screen sharing?
Let's see if I'm allowed to do so, but give me one section.
If not, I'm just going to talk through them.
I'll see if I can. I think you have a co-host status, so probably you will be able to share your screen.
All right.
Look.
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic.
Okay. Yeah. So apologies for that. So I thought it's just better, and hopefully I could just keep to the time that was allocated to me. I'm going to take as given the many arguments. We're already familiar with the arguments that have driven us towards having a session like this around impacts of inequality and diversity. So I think they're well documented, and we continue to document it. But in thinking about Africa, I think I must quickly reinforce the state of digital inequality on the continent. I've just extracted a few bits of data from the ITU's 2021 publication on facts and figures, which, for those who are familiar with this, know that it basically is a comparison of data from across various continents. So firstly, just from the perspective of simple use, and I mean, one cannot talk about AI and its applications without ensconcing that within the internetwork, because the internet work essentially is what's driving much of the inequalities and other perspectives we talk about. And here, as we would see, if I can just pick up a laser, right? And so we can see where Africa is sitting there across the rest of the world. Again, in terms of by location, urban versus rural, and there's substantial rural populations in Africa especially, and we can see, and compared to the rest of the world, the continent is not well positioned. If we think about mobile network, because that's that's what's serving the greater numbers of populations in the continent. Again, you could see compared to the rest of the world, where more than half still have 3G and then 2G connectivity. The issue of affordability is a serious matter, and you can look at all the reds and the pinks here, where the GNI per capita costs greater than 10, between 2 and 5, between 5 and 10 in this continent, and I suppose not that different from Southern America compared to the rest of the world. And then lastly, the issue of skills. And as you can see again, in terms of, and the ITU gives basic, intermediate, and more advanced skills. This is just basic. And as you can see here, just from the coloring, that we're 0 to 20%, and there's not much happening across the rest of the continent. So as a starting point, the issue is that digital inequality is already very prevalent on the continent. Some of the key pillars that underpin it are those around skill, the infrastructure quality, affordability, and that of universal access. And it's interesting because I've been working in this area for many years, and by and large, the market forces seem to drive operator and for-profit models. And for those who we need to bring into the digital era more, continue to lag behind. So I think the opening point around the issue of inequality that we talk about is that there is already a very severe problem of digital inequality. I did a little bit of looking to see what I could find around the continent on policy. Oops, wow, I don't know what happened there. Okay, on policy discourses. So nothing much. I tried to see whether the AU has formed anything. So I've got some comments out of this event that took place last year, and where the fourth industrial revolution was very much in the agenda. And I've just extracted two quotations out of a press write-up for that, because this talk of the African digital transformation strategy, and the focus of the strategy from an African perspective is about this is being seen as a leapfrogging opportunity. In other words, we are down here in terms of the digital stakes, and with the advent of 4IR technologies, there's a sense that, well, perhaps Africa can leapfrog and put ourselves up front there in terms of where all of these emerging technologies go. Just because I'm more familiar with South Africa, again, I asked, well, is there any part of our policies that begin to even examine issues of inequality and the rest? Of course, the Constitution of South Africa, which is well known for the way it was developed, does kind of give the underlying protection. Then we have like a national development plan, which focuses on smart technologies, nothing about inequalities coming through. Urban development plans, again, focusing on efficiency and service delivery. We developed an e-strategy in 2017, again, which looks at smart cities. The National Integrated ICT Policy White Paper, which is our overarching ICT policy document, speaks of a digital society, emphasizes privacy and security, but that's kind of where the policy discourse stops. So out of where the policy is and thinking of government, I mean, the issue for me is that there's a perpetuation. We are studying the perpetuation of digital inequality. The average poor person is already digitally excluded. There's a proportion who has access and use to basic ICTs, those who are fortunate. And I say this at large because very often for people who operate in the mainstream metropolitan areas of the continent, we forget of the reality of large numbers, swathes of the population who are outside the metros. By and large, in Africa, most of the main key metros are not that bad off in terms of where they are situated in infrastructure. So the fourth industrial revolution technology developments, including AI and machine learning, tend to focus then don't focus on how we would support social and economic development, right? So that's the first problem that's going to perpetuate digital inequality. And the fact that AI is driven by data, and the fact that large numbers of people are not even active on digital platforms means that they are going to remain outcasts. And so that underscores then the notion of inequality that's going to continue to happen. So the current focus has to shift. We've made a lot of progress in terms of privacy and protection. So for example, in this country, we have an act, very well conceived act, but the discussion, debates, and policy frameworks which are focusing on how do we grow the economy, how do we make new industries, new manufacturing, etc., and how do we leapfrog, but without thinking to the possibility of how we overcome issues of poverty, right? We are going to entrench those social and economic problems. They will loom large. And that's the concern as we move forward, is that we're not focused, and the focus is going off in one direction only. So to finish off, I've listed a few inclusion and diversity concerns, and I think some of my colleagues who have spoken just now might overlap a bit, and especially with the Latin American presentation. I've made this point about the digitally marginalized become more marginalized, and these statistics, I'm not going to repeat that because I've made the point. The divide between big and small business. Most countries in the continent have micro-entrepreneurial activity as the center stone of driving economic development. But what's happening when we look around the environment, AI technologies is being driven by big business, multinationals in terms of where they are focusing the objectives of applying this. And the potential is going to exist because if the economies become skewed towards, as 4IR takes bigger root, is that we're going to create the separation between big and the smaller players who need to entrench themselves to drive economic growth. That's the one concern of inequality. The issue of skills. Now, once there is some documentation and some work that suggests that the new technologies are going to create more jobs than those that will be lost. And the expectation is that we're going to reskill, retool. But I don't understand. My personal view is that I don't think in the state of high unemployment rates and the levels of poverty that the current unemployed are going to have a better prospects in a world that's dominated by these emerging technologies. I'm not sure. I don't think the evidence actually tells us that. So the potential, and I think colleagues have already spoken this about social inequality that's going to be entrenched, is quite clear because more and more decision making is lying on AI technologies in the background, sometimes in ways that we don't even realize. I see I'm out of my time, moderator, so I'm going to finish, but I think this is the last one. And I'll stop here and maybe in the discussion we'll pick up others because I'm out of my time. Here's a good example of how AI was used for political manipulation in South Africa, where Twitter bots were used to drive a particular agenda and drive the notion of a concept called white monopoly capital, which fueled huge and massive racial discord just a few years ago in South Africa. And it was unchecked until it was founded. So these are all of the potential concerns. I have ideas around how we mitigate, but we're out of time, and I'm going to leave that then to my looking ahead thoughts to the open discussion chair. I've exceeded my time by 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was a great overview, and I really see many overlaps between different regions, and particularly Latin America. So you were quite right that, and particularly on the sense of different issues on digital infrastructure and the digital divide, and how it will impact AI. Not only development, but also implementation in the future. So thank you very much for that. And now we can have our fourth panelist looking from the standpoint of media and youth, Sandra Cortese from Berkman Center, US. Thank you, Sandra. You have the floor for 7 to 9 minutes.
So much. Please make me a co-host, even though you confirmed that already, but please make me a co-host. Thank you.
Sorry? Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can hear me and you can see my slides, yes? Okay, so let's try to be brief. So after Europe, Latin America, Africa, I'm here to share some perspectives from the US. My name is Sandra Cortese. I work at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University, based in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Maybe as a footnote or as a caveat, because my background is in psychology, I tend to not represent the views related to kind of law, legislation, or even regulation. So I asked essentially my colleagues at Berkman Klein for some help in this regard. And so here is some inputs that they said that may set off my conversation or my 7 minutes. So I asked them what is going on in the United States related to artificial intelligence. Here are some observations. One, things are happening, but the things that are happening are mostly happening at the state level versus the federal level. Two, AI is most often regulated on a sectoral basis. The emphasis, when there is a kind of emphasis, the emphasis is on autonomous vehicles, AI in the judiciary system, policing, and creditworthiness. And then at the federal level, emphasis is based on research and development rather than regulation. Maybe one noteworthy development from this year, earlier this year, essentially the National Defense Authorization Act was approved by Congress. One of the AI-related elements within that act is the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Act, which mainly focused on improving national competitiveness in AI via research and development, investment, improved interagency coordination, education, the topic very dear to me, and standards development. The law facilitates soft law guidance and may instigate enforcement action. What is truly interesting to me about this act is two specific things. One is related to the lack of AI talent. So it talks about the development of an artificial intelligence, science, and technology workforce pipeline. And the second required activity that is very much of interest to me is the implementation of an educational program or curricula, not only at the post-secondary level, but also in the K-12 realm, which is usually where I connect to this, because my focus is on young people ages 12 to 18. But if you have specific questions about the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Act, please don't hesitate to my two colleagues listed here on this slide. Okay, so inclusion and diversity in the public discourse, something I follow very closely, tends to focus often on the uneven access and possible biases or discriminatory impacts of AI-based technologies on different populations. We heard it a couple of times already, with the focus on kind of the disturbing risk of amplifying digital inequalities. When in the US, when we talk about populations, we tend to refer to or include at least urban and rural poor communities, women, youth, LGBTQ individuals, ethnic and racial groups, or people with disabilities. Again, in the public discourse in the United States, I would say women and ethnic and racial groups are most often centered in the discourse. But the one community I'm very interested in is, of course, this youth community. And so I thought I use my couple of minutes to talk a little bit what's happening in this youth realm. For sure, we can say we're at the very beginning of understanding the impact of artificial intelligence on young people. And not surprisingly, this lack of evidence in research is also reflected in the different policy documents. If you look at all national AI plans, it has become a little bit better, but this is the visual is from a mapping that UNICEF did, I think in 2019, where you could see that also in the US, youth issues or youth topics are never mentioned in the national AI plans. A little bit more is happening since then, but I think there is still a lot to catch up with. To end, essentially, I wanted to share two observations from conversations with young people in the United States that may impact how we think about law or regulation in the United States and beyond. The first observation from those conversations with young people is that we as adults and young people, we often use the same terms, but we refer to very different things. That is important because if you write something into an official document, likely this is written in form of how the adults think about it. A very prominent example of this is privacy, also in the AI debates and discourses, where privacy for a young person means something very much connected to social and interpersonal elements. So they think about parents, friends, teachers, whereas adults, we have an institutional or commercial concept of privacy. We think about governments and companies. And so that is important as you write protection of privacy or things like that into something that the perspectives may clash on what that concept even means. Other elements related to privacy could be the concept of surveillance, one where young people have a different perspective. Again, it's much more related to surveillance from adults. Adults, they know. Other concept could be the question around autonomous vehicles, where so far young people are not able to drive, where autonomous vehicles may mean something very different than an 18-plus-year-old or 16-plus-year-old individual. And the last concept related to AI is this question of personalization. I just had a really interesting conversation with young people 2 days ago, where when they think about personalization, their biggest fear is fear of manipulation and landing in kind of this filter bubble. And in their minds, they would like to have an on-off switch for personalization, where they can see the information as it portrays to their interests, but also able to switch it off, and would be curious to see how adults think about it. And to end, the second observation from young people is, in order to be relevant to young people, it's important to consider different approaches. Obviously, law and regulation is one way to go about it, but another way would be to think more broadly about education. And so that connects it back to the beginning where I started. I think particularly as things move relatively quickly and young people learn as they go as well, I think law often and kind of interventions in that space lag a little bit behind. So education is something important to consider. And if this is your topic, I very much recommend you this report we wrote, we published 2020, that talks about education broadly, including artificial intelligence. And we did a mapping looking at who is actually talking about education and AI. In short, very few. And so we are trying to overcome that by developing AI tools and lessons that anyone can access. 35 languages, also an AI Creative Commons license. And last but not least, just to flag new policy guidance on AI for children that came out last week, developed by UNICEF and other institutions. Highly recommended as a reading resource. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sandra. It was fantastic. And one of the main interesting things that we have of this kind of discussions, that we have not only 4 different views from 4 different continents, but 4 different views from different genders, different people, different understandings, and obviously from different backgrounds as well. So your background with youth psychology and youth and children, it's fantastic, and it fascinated me, your point about the on and off switch of personalization and manipulation. This is sort of something that not only for the youth, but particularly for the youth, it is quite interesting. So now we have about 7 minutes. So what we can do is first open the floor for if there's anyone to talk to. If not, we can if Jenna can help me, we can showcase a little bit about the mural that we have been doing throughout your four contributions to this discussion, and which was quite interesting. If you look at the mural now, you will see that there were lots of things that we have discussed during this 50 minutes that we were in our town hall discussions. And if you see sort of some of the risks and potentials, concerns, they kind of are to a certain extent similar, but also they refer to different situations. So they refer to some technical aspects, they refer to some rights aspects, they refer to some specificities concerning infrastructure, specificities concerning what are certain groups might be impacted by AI. For instance, when you talk about skills, when you talk about surveillance, I find it quite interesting, the point of Sandra also mentioned surveillance from the standpoint of youth is not the same surveillance as Sansom was putting in the beginning, talking about facial recognition in the public sphere. When you think about surveillance, it's not only that, but also surveillance from their parents. This is also an issue that can be discussed. So what we can open the floor now for the next 5 minutes then is to discuss a little bit about what you think about the next 10 years. So if you can wrap up your views in about a minute, that would be fantastic, and we can finish in a high note, thinking about what is the panorama for the next 10 years on AI. If you can give, I know it's going to be hard, 1 minute to do that, but let's try and share our views on that note. So let's start from a different point of view. Let's start with Professor Sean Petter, and then move around a little bit on that. Thank you. Do you have the floor for final remarks?
Thank you. I think I'll just focus on one issue. There are a couple of ideas, but the one is, I think from the African perspective, we need a more structured and coordinated response in terms of AI governance. An international framework. So we have the OECD principles on trustworthy AI. There's a global index on responsible AI being developed. And I think if we have a universal framework and under which we deal with then country level tweaking and implementation of the framework, because ethics differ from continent to continent. So regardless of where technologies are developed, they will be subjected to a common set of AI related ethical issues that we can develop in concurrence under the banner of the UN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a fantastic point of coordination. So if I can call Selena to have 1 minute to give your final remarks and seeing the future in 10 years, what you think is necessary.
Well, thank you. Well, I think what is necessary for these next years would be maybe a massive investments in trying to mitigate and all these connectivity issues that we mentioned, and which is similar to what in Africa too. So get at least the minimum infrastructure in place, because I think there are a lot of possible and positive also examples, which I just learned about a Brazilian AI application used to help accessibility of people that cannot write and move, which they just can do it by using their blink of their eye. I'll just share here. So I think there are many things positive things to happen, and I'm optimistic.
Thank you very much. There's also investments, also a very important point. Sandra, you have 1 minute.
So my hope for the next 10 years would be that we increase youth participation in these debates, but not only in the debates, but that they get a seat at the table and become designers and developers of AI-based systems. How to do that, I will post in a second in the chat, but thank you very much for having me.
Fantastic. That is a very interesting point. Also, we're talking about multi-stakeholder, but also multi-participation holders as well. It's quite an interesting point of view as well. So now you can finish up with our discussions. Sansom, you have the floor for the next minute. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think in Europe, I think the main focus would be in getting the legislation that are in place at the proposal stage and then passing them to law. And I think one important thing to emphasize in the legislative proposal is this idea of focus on fundamental rights of individuals. So the right to their privacy, the right to protection against non-discrimination. So I think that the focus on those aspects would be something that we need also elsewhere, not only in Europe, but also in other parts of the world. So I hope that we will see similar protections legislations coming out with the focus on that aspect. Yeah, I think I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Sansom. I think that's the main point of to finish now. We've finished with a very interesting high note of participation with stakeholder about looking at financing and organizing the future, and obviously passing on legislation that focuses on the rights of the people that are most directly affected by this. So I think there was a great town hall discussion. Thank you very much for you all. Thank you for our group, our partnership with 3 triple AI partnerships, and thank you, Professor Sean-Patrick, to participate with us all. And thank you for the background and the IGF people that have helped us so much, and that I could not mention every single person, but I know that they deserve our thanks as well. So cheers, and I hope we continue this discussion further in different events, in different fora. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Bye-bye.